maybe seated.
Brian's getting
Oh, okay. We need the headphones. He's getting headphones. Earphones. Earpiece.
The state's next witness is Brian Carpenter.
Mr. Carpenter. Judge, raise your right hand.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, go ahead. Talk into the microphone and have a seat.
Sir, state your full name for the record, please.
Brian W. Carpenter.
And how are you currently employed?
I work for 13 South Productions.
And is that a company that you own?
It is.
And what kind of a company is that?
It's a production company.
What do you produce?
Films and documentaries.
And in addition to being a producer, have you also had armorer experience in the film industry?
I have.
So what I'd like to do, I'm going to back up just a little bit. I want to talk about your experience with regard to firearms prior to you becoming involved in the film industry. Can you tell us if you have any law enforcement or any kind of special firearms training?
I do. I spent most of my adult life using a firearm as a tool, either as a protector or trainer, and then ultimately in the film industry as an armorer. My last official assignment that I worked on was New Orleans Police Department SWAT, Tactical Unit 3 under Jeff Wynn's command. That was during Katrina and all of Rita, and then all of the cleanup and restoration efforts. Before that, I worked as a contractor, securities contractor, for almost 20 years. I've worked on operations from Haiti to et cetera, et cetera. I've trained at mobile operation and urban combat training for RCTA. I've trained at NASA.
And what's RCTA?
Regional Counter Narcotics Training Academy.
Thank you, sir.
And they have a Mount City there that's mobile operations on urban terrain. I've received my high-risk environment training and implementation certification there, level 1 and 2. I've trained down at NASA at Cape Canaveral for SWAT and some machine gun and select fire training. Had some really good mentors that advised me to get as much training as they would put out there, so I was very fortunate to have their guidance and direction over a 20-year career.
Okay, and then how did you end up transitioning into the film industry?
After Katrina, we were down there working, and one of my buddies came to me and he said, "Would you like to go and do some bodyguard work for an actor?" And I was like, "No, I don't think so." So I turned him down at first, and then he kept coming back to me. I said, "You told him you had somebody, didn't you?" And he said, "Yeah, just go talk to him." So I went and had a conversation with him, and it ended up being the movie Deja Vu with Denzel Washington and his crew, and I went to work for him for a little while on that show, and got some guidance from him, and that transitioned me into film, and I took my skill set and applied it there.
And have you been employed on film sets in the role of armorer?
I have.
Approximately how many times have you worked as an armorer on a film set?
Considering individual episode, TV, and feature film, around 100 projects.
And have you been hired in some capacity by the Office of the Special Prosecutor?
Yes, I was contacted, it seems now maybe a couple years ago, to come on as a expert witness and try to help sort out some of the intricacies of film and armor services.
Okay. I would tender Mr. Carpenter as an expert in firearms safety on film sets.
No objection, Your Honor.
Firearm, expert in firearm safety on film sets.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Carpenter, in the time that you have worked on this case, have you reviewed documents and videos?
I have.
And can you give the jurors an idea of the types of things that you've reviewed in order to be able to render opinions?
It's been a while now, and I've looked at quite a great deal of paper, video. I've watched police interviews. I've watched videos from the set of Rust that were taken. I've reviewed documents from the district attorney's office in the form of transcripts. I've reviewed firearms. I've been able to actually go and look at the evidence. I've also looked at the rounds that were used on set, including the dummy rounds, etc., and a plethora of other things. It's categorized. It's I would say thousands of pages of documents.
Okay. And I'd like to begin by just having you explain to the jury generally what the role of an armorer on a movie set is, what their responsibilities are.
First and foremost, an armorer's responsibility is the safety of the cast and crew, paramount above all else. Secondly, from that, it is to creatively give the director and the film the look and the feel that they want. In other words, if it's a military operations show, then you will need to help them sort what a military operations personnel would have, or if it's an intelligence officer, or if it's a police officer or SWAT team member, etc. Then you help the props department find that equipment, source that equipment, and safely implement it on the set on a creative level.
In terms of the hands-on job of an armorer on set, what does the armorer do?
Hands-on, they handle the weapons, as one might expect. So you get these weapons in from a verified, safe source. You collect the weapons on the set or wherever the delivery point is. You check those weapons, and then you secure those weapons until they're implemented on the scene, and then re-secure them afterwards in chain of custody type.
And in terms of ammunition that is typically used on movie sets, we've heard a fair amount of testimony before you took the stand. We understand that frequently dummies and blank ammunition is used. Is that correct?
That is correct.
What is the armorer's responsibility with regard to that ammunition and quality control of that ammunition?
Well, again, we get back to the first thing is making sure it's sourced from a legitimate and vetted place. I source most of mine from ISS, Independent Studio Services, out of California. They have a excellent safety standard there. They have an entire gun department where they check these weapons in, check them out. All of these items are checked extensively. I used to have an instructor said to me that complacency kills, and you can't be safe enough. You cannot check things enough. So having multiple layers of safety is important. So I say that to say this: getting it from that location, you already have a sense that they're going to be what they should be, and they're going to be in the condition they should be in. However, falling back to that last statement, when we receive these items in, or an armorer receives those items in, it's important to also double verify that. So the first thing that would be done would be a safety check and an audit of all items that came in, including and especially any dummy rounds or blanks.
So it's the armorer's responsibility to take those rounds from the supplier and double check them.
That's correct.
Now, in terms of the amount of discretion that the armorer generally has on set, can the armorer stop filming because of safety issues?
Absolutely, you would hope that you don't get to that point because there's very few people that can call cut or just stop a movie in its tracks. There's 3 departments on a movie set that can cause the loss of life if not done properly. That's special effects, stunts, and armor services. Those 3 things are very important that safety be upheld to the highest level. And yes, if you find or see or find yourself in a position where something extremely unsafe is happening, you can call cut and stop the production.
Is the armorer working for the actor? And what I mean by that is, can the armorer tell the actor what to do and not to do when it comes to firearms and firearms safety?
The quick and straight answer is yes. The armor department falls under the prop master, and the prop master department falls under the art department by technicality, or technically I should say. That is the level of command and the chain of command on that. But at any given time, you can step outside of that chain of command and give instruction based off of what you're supposed to be doing, and that is safety and guidance therein.
In your career as an armorer, have you ever had experiences where you had to just take guns away from people on movie sets?
Yes.
And why would you ever have to do that?
It mostly happens, and all of the multitude of stunt performers are going to get upset at me saying this, but it's the truth. Stunt performers, I love them. We've trained so many, and our stunt performers can be seen on almost every action movie in the last 10 years, and I'm very proud of them. However, a stunt performer will quickly say that they can do just about anything if you ask them, from fly a jet to handle a lever action rifle. On that note, sometimes you give weapons off to stunt performers and quickly realize that they are not handling them safely or properly, and at that point in time you step in and very, politely and soft-handedly just walk over and say to the prop master or to whomever, take the weapon away and say, this person doesn't get a live weapon anymore, they get a replica or a dummy or nothing at all. And so yes, I've had to do that in the stunt world pretty more than frequently, I would say. For an actor, I've never had to take a weapon away. I've worked with actors who were not allowed to handle a weapon due to safety issues previously, but I've never had to personally take one away from an actor. I've corrected actors, but never had to take one away.
And in terms of correcting actors, what are the things that an armorer does on a movie set to correct an actor?
Again, I believe in the soft-handed approach, which is the best. Observe until it's time to step in, and at that point of observation, step in and offer suggestions. And if those suggestions are not followed, then you get more serious and say, this isn't a suggestion any longer. This is a direct action. We need to do it this way. I had one particular scene where they wanted to walk into a motel room with submachine guns, fully automatic weapons firing at the guy that kicked the door open, and the guy that was coming into the room, the actor, was going to be firing two pistols at the same time, semi-automatic handguns, and the proximity of the room was too close. They wanted to do it in what's called a oneer, which is just straight through shot, where we're not going to break it up and have little small bits and pieces of the shot. And they were pretty dedicated toward that, so I had to step in and say, that's not safe and we can't do it this way. We're going to have to break this up and make it to where everyone's not in the scene and in a small hotel room together.
And sometimes what you just described can actually affect the filming of the movie.
It can.
Okay. But that's the armorer's job, right?
It is, and your job also is to...
Okay, you're right.
Your job is also to affect it in a way that, again, is soft-handed. You give the creative side of the team what they want in the look while giving them options of safety until it becomes, and hope it never becomes, a moment where you have to say, there's just cannot be done this way at all. And generally they listen.
I want you to walk the jury through the steps that an armorer takes on a movie set when they are preparing to provide an actor with a weapon for a scene.
Okay. So you want me to get into the weeds enough to all the way from shipping to preparation, or just on the day of?
Just on the day of.
On the day of, you will have had time to prepare whatever item. And let's just say in this particular instance, it's a very simple scene. There's a revolver that the detective is using to chase a bad guy, right? You know what you're going to need for that day. Let's say he shoots 2 rounds at the bad guy, okay? And they want the revolver loaded with dummies. And the dummy rounds, as I think have been explained, are a specific entity unto themselves. You'll have your dummy rounds sequestered aside from your blank rounds that will be fired that day. It will already be safety meetings and discussions had with the props department, etc. So you know what you're doing, exactly what you're doing. It's on the call sheet, etc., etc. You take your firearm and you have it in, let's just say, a locked box or whatever you're carrying it to the set with. And when it's time for that scene to be shot, you go out to the scene, and at that point in time, you open up the box. And right when they're prepping, and you kind of get a feeling of this, you know when they're prepping, when they're bringing camera out and they're setting it up, and they call the actors out to the set, it's time to start clearing that weapon. You take that weapon out. You clear that weapon with at least 2 representatives on set. Anybody that wants to see it gets it cleared with them if they request, but generally it's going to be your first AD and possibly the DP as well, on the director of photography, which is doing the camera.
Who's the first AD in this case?
And in Rust would be Dave Halls.
And who is the director of photography?
Would be Halyna Hutchins.
Okay, please continue, sir.
The revolver would be cleared, showed to be clear, and sounds that you're firing, let's say they're shooting half flash, which is not full flash blank, it's a half of a blank, right? Half flash blanks, and you would definitely take your dummy rounds out. You would show them, shake them, listen to them. It's an audible and visible view that you can look at it. You can hear it, you can feel it, right?
So in terms of the dummy rounds, I just want to make sure, are you testifying that you show the individual dummy rounds to the AD and whoever else wants to see?
Absolutely.
And the actor?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, the actor may or may not be on set yet, but when they get there, this is done again. So with the actor. And sometimes you'll have an actor that says, nah, I don't want to see it, or they'll just brush it off. But as long as you've done your safety check with at least 2 other sources and moved through that process, then you've done what you should have done, along with your own checks. Having said that, you will wait until the scene is about to get to start shooting, usually no matter what they say, and they'll say, oh yeah, hand the gun out, hand the gun out. Well, you know to wait till they're about speeding sound, and there you got also the feeling of doing it enough till you know when they're really going to start rolling that camera, because otherwise you're handing off a weapon and then you're getting it back, and then the process just keeps slowing down, so you have to maintain that level of control there. At the last moment, you hand off the weapon to the actor, the scene is shot, and as long as nothing changes, meaning no one leaves or nothing changes on that set, you can stand there with that weapon, observing the scene until it's time to collect it back up. And you always want to be Johnny on the spot. When that actor gets through with that scene, they're going to be immediately looking to hand it to somebody, and they'll hand it to anybody. So you have to be there and collecting that weapon up safely and securely, maintaining muzzle discipline, etc., etc. And then if they walk off and they want to come back, then this process repeats again.
In your experience, should the armorer ever leave a gun with anyone else and leave the area?
Not a live weapon, no.
Well,
and when I say live, I mean a weapon capable of firing a round or a blank.
A live weapon being, it could be a prop gun, but it's a real revolver.
Props or replicas are different than a live gun. So what a lot of people don't understand on a movie set is most of the weapons are real guns. As far as the alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, ATF is concerned, these are all real weapons. And they're serial numbered, licensed. That's a real weapon, regardless of modifications for use in film. It's capable of firing a round in some capacity or other. A prop gun is completely an inert weapon that cannot fire a round in any capacity, and a replica is simply one that looks like a gun but is not.
Okay, so pursuant to your definition of a live gun, that being a fully operable firearm, would the armorer ever leave that and walk away?
Absolutely not.
Why not?
Because it just opens the door for any type of accident to occur. You have no management of that weapon at that point in time. It could, from the most simple of things, be laid down by a performer haphazardly and picked up by any number of people or left in areas that are unsecured. You can't manage what's happening to the weapon. If someone drops it, damages it, now it's going to malfunction. If somebody sticks the muzzle of it down into the dirt and fills it with dirt, and then you fire a blank round, many things on a very I guess we'd be on a low scale of danger, and then you work up to more dangerous things like someone having blank rounds left in their pocket and loading it, or pointing it at another person, or breaching the force safety rules, et cetera, or having it stolen.
In your experience, how does the armorer generally carry the ammunition when on set for the moment that they're going to load it with dummies or blanks and hand it to the actor?
Now you get into a lot of different types of movies that you're going to work on. If you're working on a modern movie with machine guns, et cetera, and you're shooting thousands of rounds a day, then you may load your blanks into the magazines, checking them all previously. Then I tape the magazines over the top with a particular kind of tape, and I mark on that how many rounds, what type of rounds, et cetera, and we check all of those things. If it's a Western or something that's using older weapons that are more simple to operate, then I generally carry my blanks in a locked, what they call a magazine. The ATF refers to it as a magazine. It's anything that holds ammunition or explosives. So I will have my blanks in a magazine, and I will have my dummies separately in a, generally I use a locked Pelican box, which is, Pelican boxes are atmospherically conditioned boxes that lock in the front, and they're made out of a heavy, durable plastic.
Those, excuse me, those Pelican boxes that you use, is that something that production pays for, or is that just part of your kit?
It's part of my kit, generally.
So you bring with you some of your own personal items.
Sometimes our company, Dark 30 Film Services, would have rented a firearm. I generally err toward the side of getting them through ISS, but when it comes to ancillary items such as Pelican boxes or means of storing and categorizing all of this ammunition, I prefer to use my own system, which is what I'm accustomed to, and I feel very safe and secure. So I would bring those things.
Okay. In your experience, are film sets frequently rushed environments?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because in any movie, time is an exact equal to money. The more time you spend, the more money you spend. And that comes from even when they invite an actor to walk, you'll have a PA saying, you know, our actor's walking 30 seconds. I mean, it gets down to the seconds, literally, on a film. So the more time you don't have your things in order, or you're not prepared to actually get what they say, things in front of camera and on camera, the more money you're spending. So any delay of any sort is an expense to the production and to the producers or studio.
Can that rushed atmosphere have an effect on the armorer?
Yes.
And talk to us about the effect that it can have, and in your experience, what the armorer's responsibilities are.
Well, I can say this, and this is something that I was also with my one of our very good mentors always told me. He said, if you're being rushed, that's the time to slow down twice as much. And so that's generally the rule of thumb. If the production is rushing you and they're pushing you, which they do, then at that point in time you need to stop, take a beat, take a breath, and slow down twice as much as you were before, because that means you're getting into an atmosphere of unsafe behavior, and you're getting into something where you may miss something or have a misstep or overlook something, and that is not a place to be when you're in charge of safety.
If you do what you just described and you intentionally slow things down for safety, do sometimes other people on the set get upset with you?
Yes.
And what do you do then?
You have to be prepared to go home. If in lack of a better word, I've always, believed, and it's very important, that if you take a role where you're in charge of other people's safety and well-being, ultimately, even in a circumstance of their life, then it doesn't matter. Your ethos or your code that you work by is, I will do what's right, regardless of what it may mean to me downstream. And having said that, there's been more than one time that I've thought, well, I might as well go pack my things up and get ready to leave this movie set, because I'm definitely not going to, to rush things.
Okay.
It didn't happen, but it could have.
In your experience, do armorers carry dummies or blanks loose in their pockets or a fanny pack?
Different armorers could carry things, I guess, any way they chose that they felt like it was secured. So, yeah, I'm sure they do. I don't.
Why not?
Because I don't feel dummy rounds are specifically spooky, for lack of a better word, also when you're using them on a movie set, because they're meant to recreate the look and feel of a real round, right? Or I should say the look without the BBs inside, which the audience would never know. So having said that, it's just a good idea to have those things in an area where you're in 100% control of them. So loose inside of bags or inside of pockets just doesn't equate to that, as far as I'm concerned. But other people may be able to manage it.
In your opinion, should an armorer leave a gun with an assistant director and walk away?
No.
Why not?
Because that goes right back to the fundamental rules of gun safety. If you're not in control of of viewing this weapon and knowing where it is and who's handling it and what they're doing with it, then you've lost control completely. So you need to be observing these things, these weapons at all times.
And are you familiar with accidental discharges?
There's two types of discharges that are in the firearms world, training world, etc. You have NDs and ADs. ADs are accidental discharges. Now, an accidental discharge happens very infrequently, because that means there was a malfunction of the weapon or something that created a true accident. Almost all discharges that occur are negligent discharges, or NDs, which means it's operator error. So an ND would be the correct verbiage there.
And are you aware, based on the review of the documents and the materials in this case, are you aware that there were, I think what you're referring to as negligent discharges?
Yes.
Okay. And are you also aware that with regard to those negligent discharges, Ms. Gutierrez was not in control of those weapons at the moment?
It is my understanding, yes.
Okay. So, if there's a negligent discharge on a movie set, ultimately, who's responsible for that?
It would be the armorer's responsibility. Now, obviously, that blame also can be split with whoever created the negligent discharge, but if you create an environment for the ND to occur, then the blame is on the armorer and on the person who actually had the negligent discharge. So it's a double-sided coin there.
Okay. In your experience, does a movie set armorer generally keep their blanks and dummies locked up?
They should, yes.
Why?
To avoid any disturbance of them, anyone. Again, it's just like chain of custody in court or the law enforcement world, or any world where you have evidence moving from point A to point B. You need to have one person in control of it. More hands on it or incorrect hands on it can open up the door for accidents and things to go wrong.
In your experience, do actors generally do their own safety checks of the weapon? And what I mean by that is the actor is manipulating the gun, taking the ammunition in and out, looking at it.
You know, I've worked with a few actors that wanted to check their own weapons even after my safety checks occurred, just because they felt more comfortable doing that. As long as I was there standing and observing and letting them do that, as long as my safety checks occurred, they can do as many more safety checks as they feel. However, those safety checks are more for I guess a warm and fuzzy feeling for them, not for me as a professional, because I'm going to make sure that we check it the way that I need to check it in front of the right people and individually. If they feel like they need to do it again, then by all means.
Okay.
But that's rare.
In your experience, is the director usually allowed to handle the weapons?
No, the director generally almost never handles the weapon.
And why?
It's just not in his or her purview. I mean, the director is very much 100% the creative driving force of the film, and in that area, they are very much focused. So handling a weapon or doing anything with weapons, other than saying I want it to look like this or look like that, or this is what I want to happen in a scene, would be about the extent. But handling them, no.
Let me ask you this: if you're the armorer on a busy movie set, and you need to use the bathroom, do you just let some other people take over your role?
Well, you can let other people take over momentarily if you collect up all items, put them in an area, and do what's called a fire watch. In other words, you can bring over the prop master or someone who's in your department that's trusted, not just anyone, but someone who's trusted in your department, generally the prop master, and say, hey, I need to go to the bathroom. Then they will stand there and watch, not touch, just watch that cart or those items once they've been collected up until you get back. But it has to be someone, obviously, that understands what safety protocol is.
In your experience, should a prop master be loading and unloading weapons?
That's a particular question, because some prop masters are actually also armorers as well, and they have, it all gets down to a lot of the ATF regulations where prop masters are put on, and for lack of a better term here, on the books of whoever's firearms license is providing those weapons. So if the firearms provider has put the prop master and the armorer on their books, and they are qualified to handle the weapons and have been trained in safety and implementation of these weapons, well, in that case, yes, the prop master could step in. And there are some very good prop masters that are also excellent weapon handlers in Hollywood. And I've worked with several of them. However, in generalities, no, if you're not a trained prop master, that's why prop masters hired an armorer to do the job.
Would you expect a prop master who has never shot a real gun before to be placed with the responsibility of loading and unloading weapons?
No.
Why not?
Because I'm assuming that if they've never shot a weapon or handled a weapon, then they would, and that's an assumption for this particular, if we're talking about the prop master on this particular show, admittedly did not have any firearms experience at all. And that would not be someone I would want to be handling a weapon in any aspect.
Would it be adequate if you have a prop master on set and it's a busy set, just to spend 10 minutes training them how to load and unload the guns and then give them that responsibility?
Yeah, I do not believe that 10 minutes would adequately be able to train somebody with safety of firearm.
What do you think it would entail for someone to really be able to do that and do it safely?
At the very minimum, and I've pushed for this in film for a long time, at the very minimum, a 40-hour week training session with proper firearm safety handling, a minimum certification of 40-hour certification, I would think. And that would be the absolute minimum before you could actually, you understand this isn't the same thing as having a weapon that you have at home and you want to be safe at your home and make sure that you know how to handle it and no one can do anything wrong with that weapon, and you're being a citizen, if for lack of to better term with it. It's a difference between also stepping into the role of a safety professional on a movie set where you have other people's responsibility to look at. So that would require a lot more.
And are you actually a firearms instructor?
I am.
And how long have you been an instructor?
I've instructed on and off for 20 years. prior to my film, and then I also instructed in film as well. Out of 100% of the movies, about 20% the actors want to actually fire a weapon. In those particular cases, it's very planned event, and I have instructed and trained actors in film as well. So I guess you consider it current too, so I guess around 30 years of training.
Okay. In your experience, would it be sufficient if the movie is dealing with single action revolvers, such as this movie? Is the safety check sufficient if the armorer already has the gun loaded, brings the gun to the assistant director, opens the loading gate, and spins the cylinder, but doesn't remove any of the dummies?
No, that's you could actually look at it in a way that's actually worse than not even looking at it at all, because you have opened the cylinder, opened the latch on the side of the cylinder, you have spun the cylinder, and you're looking at it from a rear view. So all you see is the end of the back of the base of the bullet, right, of the round. So you cannot identify anything as to what type of round that is in there, except that there are rounds in there. So what you've done effectively is identify that you have a fully loaded weapon, but have no idea what type of rounds you have in there.
And have you seen videos in this case of Mr. Baldwin in the church pulling his gun?
I have.
From a shoulder holster?
From a shoulder holster, correct.
In your experience, is there anything particularly dangerous or difficult about that action that we've seen? And these folks have actually seen those videos now also.
You know, you fall back to the fundamental safety rules, Cooper's safety rules, which everyone in the industry follows, which is muzzle discipline, finger off the trigger, etc. I'm sure you've heard this, you know, ad nauseum so far. So on that lines, as long as you're following those safety rules, you can draw from any position whatsoever. A shoulder holster is simply a shoulder holster, meaning you're going to draw from the opposite side of your strong hand. Cross draw is a belt which is drawn across body from your strong hand, and then you have just a regular drop holster that comes down, which is on your strong side. Doesn't matter which holster, it matters not what you draw from, as long as you're following your safety rules. And it's nothing particularly difficult about drawing from one or the other, just different technique.
Okay. And let me just review my notes real quick. In your experience, is the armorer physically present for every scene or take being filmed on the movie that involves a firearm?
Yes. I should preface that by saying a live firearm, not a prop or a replica.
Understood. And in this particular case, you indicated that you went to the evidence room and you viewed the firearms that are in evidence. Is that right?
That's correct.
So do you have an idea of which guns on this movie set were fake and which guns were actually real operating firearms?
I know of the weapon that Mr. Baldwin was using. I know that he had a replica. I believe it was a Denix replica, and then the real weapon. That was the only two I looked at.
Okay, okay. Have you seen videos in this case that were taken by Production Outfitters, which is a company that does behind-the-scenes footage?
Yes.
I'd like to go ahead and go through some of those with you now.
Okay, sure.
are going to present exhibits 149 through 161 as we go through Mr. Carpenter's testimony. I'd like to go ahead and move for the admission of them now and ask permission to publish.
Any objection?
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right. All right, they're admitted. You may publish 149 through 161.
Okay. Monitor me. All right, great. Mr. Carpenter, can you see your screen there?
50 years old, I need my glasses on, okay?
You and
I can
me
see
both.
now.
All right, let's I'm going to play for you States Exhibit 149. We don't know where the volume is. We'll fine tune it when we get started. I don't hear anything. Mm-mm.
Got a little fight to him. Everyone works for us.
I'm gonna just start that over.
Can you all hear if you want it up a little bit more? Up, a little bit more.
Got a little fight to him. Everyone works for us. Come here, little pig. You're working connect.
I'm gonna stop the video here. Are we okay?
Well, they said they'd like it up a little bit more.
Okay.
The jury.
Let's see if we can.
We can't do it. George says it's up to the max.
It's on the max on this one too.
Let me double check what I've got here. Hang on.
You could put the microphone closer to.
Let's see. Let me see. Let me try this for y'all. And just so you know, because these are behind the scenes filming, I don't think we're really, there isn't a lot of close-up audio of when these people are kind of mulling around. Let's go ahead and start over.
Got a little fight to him. Everyone works for us.
So I'm stopping that at 21 seconds. Do you see anything concerning in this video?
And the number one thing is muzzle discipline. That performer, that stunt performer, I'm assuming that's a stunt performer right there, has got what appears to be live weapons, and he's got zero muzzle discipline. He's holding the shotgun, and if you back it up to the beginning, he points it almost directly at, I believe it's Joel Souza, right at the front, or I'm not sure who that is, but he's handling that weapon. That weapon should be turned down at the ground, muzzle pointed down when he's carrying it, and his pistol should be holstered and never brought out, which he doesn't, but he carries the shotgun muzzle up. You can back it up a little bit more. Right. Come on back a little bit. Right about all in here. I guess that's the young child actor right there. So these are just examples of muzzle discipline. You never let the muzzle of the weapon cover anything you're not willing to harm. That's rule number 3 of firearms handling.
How is Ms. Gutierrez supposed to be responsible for what this actor is doing with this gun?
Well, from what I can see on the from the camera angles is, I don't know if she's present here, and it appears that they have live weapons out without her presence. If she were present, I would ask that she. Well, I would think that she would tell that performer that you need to put that weapon pointed down at the ground. If she's standing there with him, just correct his behavior with the weapon a bit.
So it's her responsibility to correct his unsafe handling of that gun.
I don't object to leading again.
She's repeating his testimony, overruled.
Yes, what you would want to do is, and this is an example of a stunt performer that that I would have replaced if he could not handle the weapon properly and safely after instruction. He would have not had a live weapon.
Okay. Well, we'll go ahead and let me see if let me just kind of run through it real quick and see.
And it's even also more important when you've got a child actor on set or any children on set. It's very important that you, even though you wouldn't say that there are layers of safety, but as a matter of principle and just professionalism, if you've got a child on set, it becomes an exponentially more important to make sure that safety is performed.
Okay,
and it's also industry standard as well with firearms.
I've just fast forwarded the video up to 53 seconds. And I'm not particularly interested in that young man. Did you see the same stunt performer back there on that patio?
I did.
And what was he doing?
He pointed it directly at the chest of the lady or the person in the white sweater, and then turned it around and pointed it at one of the other performers.
Hey, look,
And as the camera pans around, do you ever see Ms. Gutierrez?
I did not see her in that video, no.
And you know what she looked like back in October of 2021?
I do.
Let's move to State's Exhibit 150.
Excuse me. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
we could get down here. Yeah, let's say going with her here, and join him behind him. And then the brothers come out. Okay. Fleet first comes out, and just as he's coming, just snatch him up. Grab him. Put your hand. I want you to throw your hand over his mouth. You don't want to scream. Yep. Right.
So we can go wider than the 75, yeah?
Yeah. What's your concerns, if any, about what we're seeing here?
The same behavior by that same stunt performer is the gentleman in the hood walked by him. He had the muzzle pointed directly to his back. And keep in mind, and this is very important, that knowing what we know now, and the reason we're here in court is that there were live rounds on the set of Rust. So you maintain one of the first safety rules is treat all weapons as they are always loaded. And that's to mitigate any problem that might happen downstream. So you have to assume that there may have been live rounds in any of these firearms that we're watching in these videos. There were live rounds there, so imagine the concern that you would have knowing that at any point in time any of these handguns or long guns could have a live round in it. So then it makes it a lot more concerning when that double-barrel shotgun's pointed to that man's back.
Okay.
Y'all come with us. And then Lucas.
He gets shot, right? And then what do I do? They come out and grab me?
You're coming out around him. No, that's later. He sort of, he's got him. He sort of slices his way free a little bit. You grab him. There's not a guy getting.
Now, is it your impression that they're filming a scene right now?
They're prepping to film. They're talking about creative decisions of how they want to speak, talk, stand, the action.
But they're not actually filming a take.
No.
Should these actors and stuntmen already have the guns in their possession if they're not filming?
No.
Oh, well, that's the same spot. Oh, is that later?
This is the spot, yeah. He does get shot like this.
So am I just running past? And
Yeah, and they come around the corner. Boom.
then, just like that.
I'm going to fast forward a little bit.
You're gonna poop on there. Holding the. So
So we can just see if
on their back
there's
for.
anything else that I want you to comment about on 150.
They're doing a rough rehearsal here. A rough rehearsal, just going through it.
So for the purposes of the rough rehearsal, is it acceptable for the actors, the camera isn't rolling yet, should they have the live firearms at this point?
If the armor is present and the weapons have been properly cleared, yes, they could have the firearms at this point.
Yeah. Easy, Hollister. We got y'all coming with us now. And now you gotta fight your way free. So let go, get loose a little bit, sort of throw an elbow back toward him. Ooh, funky.
Ooh, got a little fight to him. Come on, little piggy.
You could honestly probably wrap the...
Do you still have concerns about that muzzle?
I would tighten that up a bit, just because of what they're doing here and with the young actor in it as well. But yes, and that's just my way of doing things.
Okay, and I'm gonna rewind and I want you to listen.
Come on, little piggy.
You could honestly probably wrap the shotgun if you wanted.
That'll be doing.
Do you know whose voice that is?
I do not, and I did not quite hear that. I've got bad hearing, sorry. Terrible hearing.
Come on, little piggy.
You could honestly probably wrap the shotgun if you wanted.
That'll be doing.
That's where we like.
Do you know who that female's voice is?
Yeah.
Okay, for the purposes of my next question, let's assume that that is the voice of Hannah Gutierrez.
Okay, and what did she say? I heard shotgun.
Let me replay it for you, because I'll get it wrong.
Got a little fight to him. Come on, little piggy.
You could honestly probably wrap the shotgun if you wanted.
That'll be doing.
That's where we like them.
You could honestly
Wrap the shotgun?
wrap the shotgun.
For the scene, I think,
That's
is
right.
probably what they're discussing.
Right. Wrap it around him and hold him in place with it, right.
So, assuming that's Ms. Gutierrez that we can hear, and she's present,
Right.
what should she be doing with this stuntman that we've seen with his bad muzzle discipline?
Right. She, like I say, tightening him up, pull him off, discreetly and starting off, say, hey, look, be careful where you point the muzzle of the weapon. You're swinging it around pretty haphazardly. Hopefully it's already been checked properly. Then, give him a little coaching.
I'm just fast forwarding to see if there's any other places I want to stop.
It's also of note here is if you're going to use that scene that way and you're going to handle the shotgun, then clear the crew out, get some proximity, in areas of safe zones that you operate within. It's a lot of people walking in and out. There's a lot of crew in and out of there. You just need to get that whole area under control a bit better.
Okay. And where I've stopped it here, I have stopped States Exhibit 150 at 5 minutes and 2 seconds. What do you see with regard to that shotgun right now?
It's pointed at the child, I'd say the young child actor, young actor. And it's not. Understand that if you're there are scenes in movies that require, weapons to be pointed in certain directions, but you take safeguards and measures prior to that. Just standing in the middle of a rough rehearsal and doing this thing is one level above him walking around with it in between takes.
Okay. And should the actors or stuntmen walk around with their live firearms in between takes?
No.
Why not?
Again, it opens the door to any unsafe act that might occur, from loss of the weapon, like we talked about, to leaving it somewhere. I've seen all of these things occur on a movie set, to lack of control. And at the end of the day, control is how you manage safety.
Okay.
Okay. All right, sound, can we wire bone and cleat, please?
Where's sound?
I gotta aim like that.
Yeah.
A little higher, because I would just gone.
And right there, were we in between takes?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And again, do you see anything problematic?
Same stunt performer. I would have taken that weapon away from him well before all of that.
Okay.
Or instructed him, and if he couldn't follow instruction, I would have taken it away from him.
Okay. State's Exhibit 151.
I don't even have the curtain. That was a 0.
Do you see Ms. Gutierrez there?
I do.
And you've seen this video before, right?
I have.
I'm at 8 seconds, just for the record.
0.
What is Ms. Gutierrez doing?
She's holding that double-barrel shotgun pointed up at her neck and face.
Why would that be concerning to you?
Never let the muzzle of the weapon cover anything you're not willing to harm. It's a fundamental safety rule. You treat all weapons as they're always loaded, also fundamental safety rule.
How would you expect proper gun safety on a movie set if the armorer is not following basic gun safety?
That's a very good question. It would be hard to implement.
All right. State's Exhibit 152. Same problem with that guy in that video?
Same problem.
Same guy.
And I don't know where Ms. Gutierrez is. Of course, the camera's only facing one direction, so I don't know if she's behind camera or anything, but I don't see her present.
And if she is present, she's supposed to do something about that, right?
Well, you take the weapon up in between scenes. In between any usage on camera, you take the weapons up.
Okay.
Secure them.
And
check them, and then recheck them when they go back out.
We'll go through that a little bit. What is the armorer supposed to do if you've got 3 or 4 actors or stuntmen that all have weapons and we're in between takes? Are you really required to go and collect those weapons from those actors and stuntmen?
That is correct. And if you can't do it on your own, then you need to put an additional armorer on set that can do it with you. And so I've worked in scenes where we've had hundreds of extras, and we did the miniseries Roots. We did the Battle of Fort Pillow there, and we had, I'm guessing, 18 armorers on that day, or 16. It was a lot. Exact number I can't remember, but I've had many gunfight scenes where you had a multitude of people shooting machine guns and around. And if you're skilled enough that you can maintain control in one small area of take, in other words, if they're filming a gunfight.
State's Exhibit 153.
Full sound. Sound speed.
Is there a reflection issue on those windows or no?
No.
I'm staying out of it.
Hey, Girly Mark.
And set, ready, and action. Please. Whoa. Easy, Hollister. You're coming with us now. Please. Corley, go on. Oh. You robbed you good. We'll see. Calm yourself down a little bit. Take a deep breath. Yeah. Okay. Wardrobe, we need to find a way to.
I still think you need to be coming out a little sooner, if possible.
Yeah?
So, was it your impression from watching that video that they were actually filming a take at that point?
Yes.
And what happened when the filming was over?
The camera panned around approximately 90 degrees left.
Well, let me ask you this. What happened with the actors' guns when the take was over?
I didn't see the full end of it, but they were still holding them, standing there with them.
Okay. And is that the point when the armor is supposed to come in and take them away?
Yes, exactly. And if you're filming the scene, they can be secured right there. You can have your cart that you work off of. You're doing this scene. This is the scene with the firearms in it. You can assume, unless they're using a B unit, which is a secondary filming unit, you're only filming one scene at one time. So whatever that scene is that you're filming, you can be right there present to it, and then the camera goes to the next scene. So it's not as if there were 4 or 5 scenes filming simultaneously.
Okay. So in this particular video, or in this particular circumstance, is it your opinion that Ms. Gutierrez needed to, when the camera stops, go in, take the weapons, and keep them secured until the next rolling of the film?
Your Honor, objection leading?
I think it's a direct question. I don't think it's leading.
Yes, unless, of course,
Question summarizing his testimony, so go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, unless of course they're going to still be in that scene. Let's assume that the weapons were properly cleared, made safe, and this is what I was talking about initially. If they're never going to change anything and they're going to continue to film that scene over and over again, then sure, leave it with the performers as long as you're standing there watching them. But the minute that they walk off from in front of that camera, the weapons come back to the cart or come back to the armor. If they're in front of camera standing right there and they're like, hey, stand right there, nobody move, 30 seconds, we're going to roll again, and then we can do that all day long if you want to.
So in your experience, when the armorer takes the weapons from the actor, and then, you know, a few minutes later, we're now filming we're going to do another take of that same scene. What's the procedure? Do you just hand the guns right back to the actors?
No, redundancy is never a thing when it comes to safety. So you want to be redundant. Have, one is none, two is one mentality. You take that weapon, you move it back into the scene, you do a quick check. Doesn't take but a moment. Open it up, clear it with your DP, clear it with your first AD, show the actors clear, and hand it back out. Moments.
And when you do that, are you showing them the ammunition?
If they're using dummies, yes.
Okay. And you're showing them the same ammunition again?
That's right.
Okay. States Exhibit 154.
Ready, and action. Come on, kids. Let's go.
I don't understand. He's gonna die.
Okay, let's reset.
Do you have any concerns about
Just
that?
same, pretty much the same as before.
Same guy, same behavior?
Same guy.
States Exhibit 155.
Sounds like a Saturday night to me.
Almost. A wire.
So like,
Careful with the human behind you.
gotcha. So you just shoot it like this, right?
And what are we doing here? States Exhibit 155.
He actually did a 360-degree muzzle discipline breach on that one. So he went around in a full circle with the muzzle at everyone in the vicinity, and then he handed the weapon to the young actor.
And in a circumstance like this, what is the responsibility of the armorer?
Just to intercede. I mean, I would have walked in, let's just assume this was the first time I saw this, and I was standing right behind where you're seeing camera. I would have saw him with the muzzle. I just said, hey, Bill, or whatever his name is. I just say, hey, Bill, listen, make sure you keep that thing slung down while I'm sitting here watching you if we're about to, do this scene. Now, if we're not about to do the scene, he doesn't even have the weapon at all, so it's a moot point. But let's assume that we're just about to film this, and I've given it and done the safety checks. And if I had seen him handing a weapon off to anyone, much less a young, underage person, that would have been the end of that. He would not have been handling a weapon anymore. In my, if anything to do with me personally.
Let's say hypothetically you do that. You say, that's it. You don't get to handle weapons anymore. And let's say somebody from production comes to you and says, look, that guy needs to handle that weapon. What do you do?
And this exact thing has happened before. And I've been in that exact predicament before. And, or I shouldn't say predicament, I should say situation. Because it's only that if you allow it to be. I told them, I said, he's unsafe with the weapon handling, and I've instructed him, he is not listening, and I'm not going to have it on the set, and I don't want it, and you sure don't want it. So if he needs something, we can give him a replica, we can change it up, he doesn't need to use, we can go get a replica, this, that, or the other that he can use. We're not firing in this scene, so it should be fine, or maybe we just hand him off a replica handgun, and he doesn't even use a long gun in the scene. We use a stick or a staff or whatever. There are ways around this, and at the end of the day, it's always been a suggestion placed correctly and professionally is generally listened to.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and just finish that.
All right, here we go. Good. Hold it hard right in the that button is to be unbuttoned.
So after the weapon was taken back from the child, are you still seeing that same bad behavior from that stunt performer?
Yeah, he's toying with the weapon at this point.
State's Exhibit 156.
We need a burning pad.
Okay, carry on. Go ahead, put it in and put it on 24.
Then I go 3, 2.
3, 2, 1. There you go.
Alan,
All right, Candy, I'm going hot. Yeah, do it.
And did you just see Ms. Gutierrez come into the frame?
I did.
we need a burning pad.
Okay, carry on. Go ahead, put it in and put it on 24.
Then I go 3, 2.
3, 2, 1. There you go.
Alan,
All right, Candy, I'm going.
Do you see what she's doing?
Yeah, she's just walking in frame, in front of frame.
Does she have anything in her hand?
Could you back it up one more time, please? I was watching the stunt performer behind him. Okay, she's carrying the double barrel shotgun, it looks like. Muzzle end up.
Is that a proper way to carry that gun?
It is not.
Is that a safe way to carry that gun?
It is not. And you see the stunt performer in the rear swinging that handgun around, which what I was watching. He was actually pointing. He was talking and pointing with his firearm. Now, you asked previously why you don't hand off live firearms to stunt performers. One of the reasons, there's your reasons right there. If they don't have it in their hand until they need it, then there's no chance of them being unsafe with it.
I'm going to try to get up to what you're describing. You saw that in this video?
Yes, it's the guy with the
Right there.
Right there. He's talking and discussing what he's doing and using his pistol as a pointing stick. Again, we have to assume all weapons are always loaded, and in this case, may well have been.
Okay.
We're going to take our morning bathroom breaks. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. Jurors.
All rise.
All right, you may be seated.
All right, Mr. Carpenter, let's continue with State's Exhibit 157. Oh, something's happened to our audio. Let me see. I'm not entirely sure what the problem is, but that's supposed to be like that. Ah.
As soon as you guys are 3 minutes away, I'll do my final wire and we'll go hot.
Here, I'm gonna just back it up so we can. 157.
What do you need to do, Thomas?
As soon as you guys are 3 minutes away, I'll do my final wire and we'll go hot.
Okay. Get hot?
You need to do
No,
anything?
I'm not hot yet.
Okay, wait. I want to see where the camera so everybody knows the time.
We'll get all that shit back once we wire him and we know where it's got to be. Then we'll clear it.
We need to do
Is the battery off and done now?
Did you see anything noteworthy in that clip?
Just muzzle discipline.
You said muzzle discipline.
And also a weapon.
Get a little closer to that microphone, would you?
My apologies, I'm sorry. Muzzle discipline, but more importantly, there was a weapon exchange that occurred with, I didn't see a safety check between those weapons. Not sure if it was a replica that she was handing off or a live firearm.
Is the battery off and done now?
Too much talking around this.
You had concerns about that.
Assuming that it was two live weapons being exchanged, I'm not exactly sure why that would have occurred. Then there should have been a safety check between those two. If he had a replica, then that would have been a good thing that he had a replica previously. But then if she handed him off a live gun, at that point in time, there should have been a safety check. But more likely in this particular circumstance, he's wired at the back and he's about to do a stunt where they're going to probably do a dead man's snatch. They're going to snatch him into that wall, probably when he's been fired upon or whatnot. Having said that, they probably took the live weapon and handed him a replica, a soft replica, so he wouldn't get hurt when he lands on the ground, metal object in his hand and whatnot. So that probably was an exchange for a soft rubber replica gun.
Okay.
And it's an assumption, I'm not sure.
And do you have a comment on Ms. Gutierrez's handling of that shotgun that she's carrying?
She's still carrying it by the muzzle end. That looks like a different shotgun actually than the previous one.
Okay. State's Exhibit 158.
So let's wait before we hook them up.
Yeah, otherwise he can catch all sorts
Now,
of stuff.
you know, I'm not saying you won't get blood on the rim. I don't know how these are.
No worries. Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes. Yes.
How, Thomas, how much blood do you think's gonna come out? If the lens is right here,
It'll get on you from there.
it'll get on the lens here.
It'll get on you.
See, I was thinking ahead.
Alright, so be careful, make sure you put it in an optical flat and back the camera.
Wait, where's the book? The blood
Hey Dave.
Anything worrisome in that video?
Assuming Ms. Gutierrez is behind camera, then they would be prepping for that scene and everything would have been in place. So no, assuming she's there.
Okay. Let's and let me ask you this. In addition to seeing videos from the production outfitters behind the scenes collection, have you also seen some of the actual movie takes that were filmed during the 12 days of filming for Rust?
Yes.
I'm going to play for you State's Exhibit 59, which is going to be from that collection.
There was one additional.
Hey Mark.
Stop. 159. I apologize.
There was one additional video in that exhibit. Are we continuing on with the behind the scenes now?
No, I was gonna move us to I was gonna move us to the Rest
okay.
Productions videos.
Yeah, okay. Sure.
Okay.
Well, just a minute, so did you publish 158, I guess is the question. Is that what the question is?
Yes, I published 158. Now we're moving on to 159.
Okay. Okay.
And Mr. Carpenter, I think I understand your question. Let's go ahead and move on to these.
Copy that.
Okay.
Mark?
Set, ready, and action.
One more. I forgot the recoil stuff. No, right away. Let's reload.
Here we go. So, Halyna, hi.
Here we go. Come on.
Well, I had to go closer because Danny did, so. You want
We should have had two guns and both were reloading.
And hang on just a second. I think at the beginning, for some reason, what I want to show you is out of this frame. Bear with me. Mr. Bowe, how can I do frame by frame? Okay. Okay. Let me see if I can get to what I wanted to visit with you about. And for the record, I'm just fast forwarding frame by frame. Sorry, that takes a long time. I apologize. Let me ask you this. Mr. Lewis, do you see the issue?
I do.
Okay.
I think
You're going to help me fix that?
I am.
Okay. But for the purposes of this, just so that we can move on, have you seen this video where the frame is a little bit bigger and you can see someone over on the far right side of the frame, and I can't play it on that?
I know.
Okay.
I just want to make sure this is the right thing you're looking for.
Yeah, that's it. Okay. We'll swap it out. I'm gonna show you the one that has the wider frame. I apologize for that error, but we'll go ahead and go through your testimony now. So the other wider frame of this video, what do you see over on the right hand side?
Well, you have two cameras operating in that particular scene. If it's the one I'm thinking of, you've got an A cam and a B cam, meaning they're filming it from two different locations. So you're actually seeing from one of the camera angles that has an entire operating crew behind it, which will have a first aid, so they'll have a camera operator, etc. behind that camera. So imagine a crew of people, a few people behind that camera, and then you've got the other camera that you're actually seeing in frame being filmed. And a lot of times in an action sequence, they'll film it from two different angles, so you can cut and chop it up in editorial. So that's what you're going to be seeing if it's the video that I'm remembering correctly.
Okay, and the gentleman here will pull it and we'll play it. Generally speaking, and we're going to play the other video. Well, you know what? Let's move to the. I think this is. I don't recall if this is Cam A or Cam B. Oh, okay. They're keeping me straight here. Let's see.
Hey, Mark. There you go, Mark. Set, ready, and action.
What's happening there? Do you see this over on the right here?
So keep in mind, as I said previously, you will see a camera crew operating, and he's doing what's called a handheld right there. He's hand holding the camera and moving it, meaning it's not on a dolly or a track or anything of that nature. So that camera operator is hand holding that piece of equipment with operators behind him. Remember that the frame that you're seeing here has that exact same situation going on as well behind this. So it's a number of people out here, both behind that camera and behind the one that we're seeing POV from, okay? And that appears to be a full flash blank just from the report, the amount of powder that's leaving the barrel, the amount of report and gun smoke that's coming out. I would imagine that's a full flash blank. And one of the first rounds that he fired actually incapacitated the camera and operator in the smoke, meaning he was entirely too close to that camera to fire that. We have a minimum amount of distance that is required for safety when you're firing blanks, depending on what type of blank you're firing, and that was well within the safety zone.
And let's say you're wrong. Let's say that wasn't a full load blank. Let's say it was a half load or a quarter load. How does that? Well, let me stop for just a second and let me ask you this. Can you explain to the jury, talk to them a little bit about blank rounds and whether or not blank rounds can be dangerous?
Sure. So a few years back, the local 600, which is a camera union, and the gentleman that works in that union, he's one of their business reps, asked me to do a soft tissue video series showing the effects of soft tissue from blanks. A tomato is a very good example of the human skin from a very non-scientific standpoint, right? But the internal part of a tomato and the external being the skin tissue is a very good example. So we took a tomato and at different distances fired quarter flash, half flash, full flash blanks at that tomato in high-speed cameras to show the effects of it. You also get down to blanks that get into 1.8, 1.6, 2.3, but that's really, really small things that just make the firearm operate if it's a semi or fully automatic, and not something that we would be dealing with here. So getting back to your point directly, we did that video series, and a full flash blank from the distance of easily 6 feet to 8 feet can peel the skin off and do damage, trauma to the inside of it. Half flash blank at 4 to 6 feet, so forth and so on. Again, not an exact distance ratio to hear it today in court, but well within any distance that's being fired there would have done damage to human tissue if it would hit it. And you can almost assuredly say that was a full flash blank from the distance of the report. You can see the smoke travel from the muzzle, which is the area of the firearm where a projectile technically would come out, from the muzzle end of that weapon to the end of that initial smoke stream, which if you had a high-speed enough camera, you would see fire in there as well. It's gunpowder burning inside of that smoke. You can see that it's all the way to the camera, which is approximately, I would say that's about 8 feet, 7 to 8 feet.
Is there any, when a blank is fired, is it possible that something is expelled from the firearm?
There is things that's developed for the firearm. Now, movie blanks are a bit different than, say, a military blank because they're meant to be shot in closer proximities, et cetera, and you want all the particulates inside of the casing, i.e. the gunpowder, anything inside of there, to completely and totally burn up, almost like magic powder. You see the magicians throw the thing and all that paper burns up instantaneously, something to the effect of that. You would want it all to burn up as quickly as possible the minute it is ignited and leaves the muzzle of that weapon. Okay, so there is a little bit of difference. However, it still sends unburnt powder and particulates out of that muzzle, which can put an eye out, burn the skin, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay.
Not to mention the concussive force of it alone.
Okay, so I'm gonna get to that frame right there. Specifically that frame, what's concerning?
Well, he's within, outside of the bounds of safe distance. In other words, he's well within the no-go zone there, and he's pointing and firing the weapon directly at camera. Now, now there are particular scenes which are set up in a very specific and controlled manner that you can, point at or near camera. But for the most part, you always instruct any of your performers to always aim off camera. Never aim directly at somebody, aim directly off of them, even if it's 4 or 5 inches or a foot or two, right? Now, I'm just speaking with an empty weapon that's already been cleared, not to mention a blank, where this is not even what we're talking about now. When you just generally aim a weapon, cheat it to the side a little bit. But in this particular case, we're firing a blank. You would want to have 4 feet off camera angle that he should be shooting to the side, and keep in mind no camera crew behind there as well. That entire right hand side or right camera of where he's shooting should be completely clear of any personnel, and he should be shooting at least 4 feet off to the right of that camera, and he should be at least 21 feet away.
Okay.
One more. I forgot the recoil stuff. No, right away. Let's reload.
Here we go. So, Halyna, hi.
How many movie sets do you think you've worked on in your career?
100.
That conduct that we're seeing on the part of Mr. Baldwin, is that typical conduct from an actor on a movie set?
No.
Why not?
Well, number one, he's basically instructing the armor how to do their job at that point, telling them that we should have had the gun a second reload, hurry up, give it to me fast. This is that moment. This is that moment I spoke about earlier. This is that moment that you need to stop and say, no, I'm not going to hurry up, I'm going to slow down. And we don't need to be, passing off weapons this fast or loading guns this fast. This is creating an unsafe and nerve-wracking situation, to describe it in more layman's terms. Always on any kind of live training exercise, military training or whatnot, you don't want to put people in a nervous position. That creates, now you can stress, it's a level of stress that's necessary in realism training for military and law enforcement. This is not that. This should be separate and apart from that, and even when that's being done under those circumstances, it's done in a controlled manner. But rushing with firearms and telling someone to rush with firearms is not normal nor accepted.
Okay. And for the purposes of a couple follow-up questions, I want you to assume that that gentleman there in the black with blonde hair is the first assistant director.
Here we go. Come on.
Well, I had to go closer because Danny did, so. You want
We should add 2 guns, and both were reloading.
Okay.
Did you see him just walk away?
I did.
What's your opinion on that?
I don't really know what he was doing in that particular moment. I saw Miss Gutierrez attempting to reload that weapon as fast as she could, of course assuming it's blanks and we're using the same weapon. She was doing it. It looked like the prop master may have been holding the lever action over her shoulder. Not really sure what Mr. Halls was doing.
Okay. Is Mr. Halls the person who's responsible for doing the weapons check with Ms. Gutierrez?
He would be if you were doing it in that particular scene, just reloading blanks to it. It would be a quick, check with the armorer and with the actors. They're loading it to ensure their blanks being loaded. But many times in a situation like that where you're being rushed to that extent, that's when safety starts falling by the wayside.
And could you see, and I can replay the last few seconds of it, where Ms. Gutierrez was getting her dummy rounds?
You could replay it. I didn't.
Let's see. Let me back up a little more.
I forgot to recoil stuff. No, right away, let's reload. Here we go.
So, Halyna, hi.
Here we go, come on.
Well, I had to go closer because Danny did, so. You want
We should add 2 guns and both were reloading.
Okay.
Can you see in the video where she's getting her rounds from?
It looks like she was getting the blank rounds, assuming they're about to fire again from her fanny pack.
And would that be advisable?
I prefer to operate out of a secured box for my blanks that have been pre-checked prior to. Again, that may be her protocol, operating off. But in my experience, having multiple things in one area together that are not sequestered apart from one another just leans for potential trouble downstream.
Okay. I'm going to go back to State's Exhibit 159. So 159 is the other camera angle of 160, where we can see 160 is where we can see the cameraman on the side. Let's do 159 again now that it has a little more context.
Set, ready, and action.
Could you, in that moment, see the smoke go directly at the camera?
I could.
Frame by frame, please. That might be more than I can do. Okay. So that shot, when he fires the gun that time, did we see that initial shot from the other camera?
It appears to be maybe the first one or the second one. I think the second one was the more concerning.
Okay.
Not sure where that started from.
What are we looking at here?
Well, the camera lens has got smoke obscuring it. Cameras can be, relatively tricky when you're viewing it from the angle of the camera and after that. But the better angle on that was the first angle from the first one. But again, it's difficult to see. You just see smoke over the lens.
Having seen the other video, is it your opinion that the smoke that we are seeing right here is from the gun being fired at the camera?
Correct. I mean, the other camera told the story of what occurred there, the more correctly.
Okay.
Hey, Mark.
All right, State's Exhibit 161.
No, just.
Yeah?
When you drop your arm, that means he's 10 feet away. I can't see how close he is, but I want to be almost up by the time he gets here.
No, I'm going to go into this.
Yeah.
Well, let me show you something. Hold on. Step back to your original mark. So 1, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, I'm getting up.
Right.
Then when he drops his arm, Halyna get out, he drops his arm, that means Brady's close. I'm going to start to really get up.
Okay.
Do you see anything concerning here?
He's doing what we saw previously in one of the other videos with the stunt performer. He's using the weapon as a pointing stick, as if it's his finger.
And you've seen this video before.
I have.
And what is your understanding about what that gun's loaded with?
It's loaded with probably full flash blanks, but blanks.
Okay. When Mr. Baldwin behaves this way, and is using the revolver as a pointer, what is the responsibility on the part of Ms. Gutierrez?
To intercede and correct any unsafe behavior. Now, obviously, again, we're talking about the nuances of doing it. I would start off pulling him aside or talking to him individually and say, you know, if we could, let's be careful with that muzzle. Remember muzzle discipline. I even have a little thing that I talk to when I hand a weapon off to an actor, and it's what I used to say back in the day. I would say control, and the actors would have to repeat the word control to me. And by repetitively doing that, it becomes a mental training technique to teach them that they are now fully in control of that weapon, and their actions while they have it is on them. They are part of that other side of that coin we talked about. If moving past that, I was not getting any result on that, I would have to intercede in this on-camera moment or in rehearsal moment. And then from there, it just depends on whether or not they want to be safe on scene or they want to find somebody else.
Okay. All right, we will go ahead and play from 23 seconds.
Here we go, let's try it.
And everyone
Rolling,
just
rolling.
need to be right here, like in the path of the gun. Could you please move?
Did you hear that?
I did.
Tell us what's going on there.
It sounded like Miss Gutierrez attempting to correct the fact that she knew that Mr. Baldwin was pointing that weapon in an unsafe manner, and she was attempting to move the crew out of the path of where he was pointing it, knowing that it was loaded with blanks.
Is there a problem with attempting to move the crew?
That's one of the two things that should be occurring. You identify the problem that created the fact that the crew was in an unsafe position, and then you clear out the crew. And she was attempting to, I would assume, not correct Mr. Baldwin, but try to make the crew in a more safe position.
Okay. Did you hear that?
Check quarter loads, is that what she said?
And do you know whether or not it was actually a quarter load?
I do not know.
Okay. In terms of the timing of Ms. Gutierrez telling, and why don't you give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury an idea of how many people are behind this camera?
So in a particular scene like this, assume they're shooting it with one camera, camera A, okay? Then you're gonna have your sound, you're gonna have your sound mixer, you're gonna have your camera, your DP, director of photography, you're gonna have your first AC, generally a focus puller, first assistant camera, you'll have a second assistant camera. More than likely wardrobe is gonna be on set as well, hair and makeup as well. You could have even PAs on set standing there. So you're looking at anywhere in a scene like this between, 6 and 11 people out there.
Is it
Props,
advisable?
I'm sorry, props, of course. I left props out.
Okay. Is it advisable for Ms. Gutierrez to wait until the last minute to tell the crew to get out of the way?
No, the direction of firing should have been established prior to the scene. Which way is Mr. Baldwin going to point that weapon? Which way is Mr. Baldwin going to discharge that weapon? Where he's going to walk and in what angle is he going to walk? His starting point, his ending point, and you take all of those things into consideration along with the type of load he's firing, and then you move your crew out appropriately.
Okay.
Second, if I'm going to shoot right, you want to go on the other side of the camera? I don't want to shoot toward you. Okay, right here. Okay, I want to shoot close to you. Here we go.
Set. Here we go. Ready. And action.
Go! Motherfucker.
So, can you give us an idea? Is it important when you're on a movie set and you hear the word cut, is it important that the actors not continue to fire the guns?
Yes. And then when you say cut, everything stops, and it's not just from a creative standpoint, it's also from a safety standpoint. Keep in mind, you're dealing with stunts, special effects, explosives, et cetera, et cetera. So when the word cut is said, everything should cease immediately.
So in this instance where Mr. Baldwin was firing the gun after the word cut, is there anything that you would have done?
I would file that under the category of going, as the old saying goes, off script. He went off script there and fired for whatever reason that I guess he felt he needed to, but I would have probably said something to him about that as well.
Afterwards?
Afterwards.
Okay.
I would have asked him why he did it, and I would have probably phrased it in a way that it was like, is something wrong with the firearm? Did you have it cocked? Was your finger still on the trigger? Why did that extra round go off at the end?
Yeah. Now, obviously, Ms. Gutierrez is not as experienced as you are. Does her lack of experience, in your opinion, change the amount of responsibility she has as the armorer on the movie set?
Once you take, I would like to expound on that
Sure,
a little bit.
move your microphone a little closer if you can, if it will move. Okay.
Once you take on the responsibility of safety for another person, you take on a responsibility of making sure that you do what's necessary, even if it's inconvenient, even if it's not in your best interest. And if that isn't something that you feel capable of doing, then you should never step into that position. And it's unfortunate, I feel, that Ms. Gutierrez's experience level on this film may not have worked in her favor. It's the best thing I could probably say there. However, she took the position, and therefore these people on the movie set depended on her guidance and her professionalism to keep anyone from being harmed. And convenience isn't an option at that point.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I'll pass the witness. Can I unplug? No. Okay.
Cross-exam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Carpenter.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I want to first talk to you about your experience and background. It sounds like you were in the police force for how many years?
I worked on and off in different law enforcement groups since about, I want to say about 94 up, and I would bounce back and forth in different departments.
How many years total were you in the police force?
If you count total, I would say probably 4 or 5.
Okay. You were in SWAT?
I worked on New Orleans Police Department SWAT during Katrina.
Okay, sir, and you were in Katrina?
That's correct.
And then you also worked after that. That's when you started in the movie industry?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sir, so how would you say in total, how many years do you have firearms experience?
Including film?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, I would think, makes me feel old, probably 30 plus years.
Okay, and in 30 plus years, I take it you've developed protocols, you've developed best practices over that time. That's probably evolved.
Yes, sir.
So, sir, when you started, is it fair to say you probably didn't have those same practices you have now?
That would be correct.
Okay. And you've been trained both in the military, the police and the film industry, and over time you've developed those series of practices and protocols?
Correct.
Okay, sir, and do I understand from that there is no national certification of armorers?
That is correct, especially in the southeastern United States.
Okay, sir. And that means there's no governing body that certifies how much training or experience armorers have to have?
Correct.
Okay. And I know that you said earlier that 40 hours of training was something that you would think would be required. Is that, am I wording that correctly?
Yes, sir, as a minimum.
Okay, as a minimum. Now, and that's from your experience and background, but that's not in any kind of protocol or written format as in an armor.
That's correct, sir. And those hours, if I might add, would just be for safety handling. If you were going to additionally add the work as a professional armorer, you would need some OTJ, some on-to-the-job training under tutelage.
Okay, sir, so ideally there would be a national body that would have a set hours, 40 hours minimum, then on-the-job training a certain amount, And that would be the practice before an armor is certified.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, at the time of this movie, obviously in 2021, that was not the case. Is that correct, sir?
To the best of my knowledge, yes, sir.
Okay. And also, there is a difference, is there not, between union and a non-union armor?
Well, you can be in the union and work on a non-union show. The union armors, depending on which union you're in, like the 44 out of California has different regulations and different safety standards. So really is the point of the union gauges and follows the craft a little bit better, but it kind of interchanges depending on which job you want to work on.
Okay, now when you know from working over the course of your career, there's different tiers. There's lower tier movies, lower budget, and there's higher tier movies.
Correct.
Okay, sir, and I think you said that in your practice now, where you're at now, you try to work with the higher tier movies. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, sir, and you're established, you have your production company. You try to work with the reputable suppliers like ISS, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're aware from your experience that people just starting out, that may be working on these lower tier movies, you're not going to have the kind of resources, management support, that kind of thing. Is that a fair statement?
It would be.
Okay, sir. And on those lower tier movies, would you agree with me? A lot of times because they're lower budget, because of how they allocate funds, there's unsafe practices that may occur.
That is correct. That would be a correct statement.
Okay, sir. And would you also agree that production has some responsibility as well to set the safety tone and to make sure certain safety practices are occurring on that set?
Most certainly.
Okay, sir. And that would also include the first assistant director?
Well, the first assistant director kind of runs the tone and tempo of the movie set itself, whereas the production company would be the governing body that would put these safety standards into practice that are already present.
Okay, sir. And part of that safety responsibility, for example, if there were negligent discharges like there were in this film, there should be a chain of custody and reporting format, and then something done to address that if there's a safety issue like that. Would you agree?
I would.
Okay, sir. And on this set, you knew that from your review and your work in this case, there were 2 negligent discharges. Is that correct?
Correct. I'm familiar with one. The second, I believe, may have been the prop master. I'm not 100% sure what the second one was, but I know there were 2.
Okay, sir. And on both of those, you don't know all the ins and outs of them, but you just know kind of what they occurred. One involved the prop master, Sarah Zachary. Is that right?
That is correct, to the best of my knowledge.
Now, you said earlier, and I've heard this phrase before, I'm familiar with it, 2 is 1 and 1 is none.
Correct.
So, sir, I think you applied that in this set to, ideally, would you believe there should have been 2 armors?
Yes, they should have had more than 1 armor on this movie.
Okay, and that's because, in your opinion, this was a gun-heavy set, is that right?
Yes.
So, on a gun-heavy set like this, it's ideal to have 2 armors. Were you aware that the Rust production company actually had Ms. Gutierrez-Reed working as a part-time armor?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and is that, so that, because you believe there should have been 2, I take it that's not an advisable practice on this movie?
No, it is not.
Okay. And were you aware that Ms. Gutierrez-Reed sometimes would have them to do props duties and take away from her armor duties?
Yes.
Okay. And sir, in anything that you read, were you ever aware that on days when they brought out real firearms, Ms. Gutierrez-Reed also would have to run and do props duties?
It's my understanding that she was having to do that continuously.
Okay. And sir, were you aware, or have you learned in your course of your review that production treated Ms. Gutierrez-Reed as some days were prop days, some days were armor days, and that's how they allocated that?
From a financial standpoint, yes.
Okay. And sir, if they bring out real firearms and it's a prop day, those firearms don't magically change into props, obviously. They still require an armor. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, you said that those firearms should first come from a legitimate prop house, verified safe source, and that chain of custody is very important. Is that right, sir?
That is correct.
Okay. And chain of custody, because you were a police officer, is also important in evidentiary items.
That's right.
Okay. So with regard to a firearm, you want to maintain that chain of custody as the armor and going to the actor and coming right back. Is that fair?
That's fair to say, yes.
Okay. Now, if on this set, if the first assistant director took possession of that, I think you've already said that should never happen. Is that right, sir?
That's correct.
Okay. And under no circumstance should the first assistant director be possessing those firearms. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I know that you also said that multiple layers of safety is important. And on this, several of the videos, we'll get into those more in a second, but I noticed Mr. Halls, the first assistant director. I don't know if you knew what he looked like, but Ms. Morrissey said to assume. Did you see that individual?
I did.
Okay. Now, in certain videos that we saw, if Ms. Gutierrez Reed is not present, do you understand under the safety bulletin that then that falls to the first assistant director for responsibility for safety?
The safety aspect, yes, but the gun handling, no.
Okay. So under that scenario, if Ms. Gutierrez Reed, for example, has been sent off to do props duties, would it be incumbent on the first assistant director to call her back? Somebody call her back to come back and deal with the gun handling?
Yes.
Okay. So if there's a circumstance where that happens, you would expect as a professional armor with your years of experience, somebody to call her back and say, come back, we need you on this gun scene.
Right. If there was a firearm needed to be delivered to or used in a scene, then yes, they should have called her back. She should have been present.
Okay, sir. And with regard to the union that we talked about briefly, in the early stages, do you know people have to get certain hours to become a part of the union?
That's correct.
Okay. And while you're doing that, sometimes people have to take jobs in these lower tier movies?
That is true.
Okay. And again, to do that, sometimes you're going to have to deal with situations where you have a part-time position, but that's not something you would ever think would be advisable for an armorer.
No, it should not be.
Okay. And sir, let me ask you this. Even if it's a movie set with two guns or a really small grouping, is it ever advisable to have a part-time armorer like this?
So what you're describing is a day player versus a run of show, ROS. And so, yes, sometimes if there's a show that's only using a couple scenes that have firearms in it or a few firearms, then they can call in an armorer for a day player, 1 or 2 days to come in and handle that one particular thing, and then that'd be it.
Okay, and when would a day player scenario be okay to do?
I can tell you one of the last times I worked on Interview with a Vampire, the latest television series, and they had one scene in a funeral home where the actor was shooting a derringer at someone, and they called me into day play for that exact scene only, and that would be an example.
Okay, but on this particular. Oh, I'm sorry about that. Thanks for doing it. Is that better?
Yeah, didn't you turn this up?
Yeah, but that doesn't.
Okay.
control the sound.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Is on this particular Western set, when you've got so many firearms, you wouldn't have a situation where you'd have a day player, that kind of thing.
No, I would not think so. It's too many moving parts, too many firearms out at all times.
Because we saw in those videos, and I understand what you're saying, there was a lack of muzzle discipline in several scenes, and you described that. We didn't see, though, in fairness, the entire video of the context. Would you agree with that?
Just a clip, that's all we saw.
Okay. So in fairness, sir, you don't know at times when you were saying, I assume, you don't know if Ms. Gutierrez Reed came up after and said something to those people about muzzle discipline?
No, I do not.
Okay. And sometimes, and I'm not holding this because you're just looking at the clip too, like all of us.
Sure.
But in certain situations where you might think there's a full blank, there might be a quarter load. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. So, in fact, another scene I think we were looking at, you talked about replacing a replica with a live weapon, and he was going to get thrown back into the wall. In that instance, I don't know if you were totally sure whether that was a replica.
No, I was not. No.
Okay. On the Rust set, there were primarily real firearms. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Do you know, sir, how many replicas there were?
I do not. Not to that count.
Okay. So in general, every time the Rust set had guns out on that set, they should have had the armorer present doing armor duties. Is that right?
Yes.
And in fact, I think you said they should have had two armors.
That would be very fair.
Okay. And sir, with regard to the industry, you may have answered this. If you have, I'm sorry, but is there any specific licensing requirement for armors in the industry?
It is not.
Okay. Is there any specific checklist or written protocols for duties of an armor?
Industry standard and safety protocols put out by IATSE and SAG, et cetera, and CSATF. But aside from those guidelines put out, that is pretty much industry standard, there's no hard and fast rules other than just what's expected on set.
Okay, sir, and I know with your professional experience and how long you've been doing this, you've developed very good practices and best practices. But in terms of an armor just starting out, there's nothing really to guide a specific checklist, for example.
Nothing short of the Cooper's 4 rules.
Cooper's 4 rules, which I want to talk to you about that for a second. Those are what you describe. Treat every firearm as loaded. Don't point at something you don't want to destroy, and keep your finger out of the trigger guard unless you're ready to shoot. Those kind of things.
That is correct. Yes, sir.
And sir, you saw several clips with Mr. Baldwin violating those rules.
Correct.
Okay, and I think towards the end I want to talk about that a little more, but he was using the firearm to point at people.
In that particular scene, yes, sir.
Okay, and he also, I think, did you notice if he had his finger in the trigger guard in any of those?
In that particular scene, I noticed that he did not. He had it on the trigger guard on the outside.
Okay. And was that the one where Ms. Gutierrez Reed was present?
That was one where she advised crew to step away from the line of fire.
Okay. So, do you know whether she had also told Mr. Baldwin before the scene to make sure he didn't have his finger in the trigger guard?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, in that particular video, clearing the line of fire is an important part of what an armor does. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, sir. And Ms. Gutierrez Reed did indicate she was trying to do that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, with regard to vintage weapons in this type of Western set, in your experience and training, do they require any specific training for safe use?
Not apart from what we've talked about, the basic. They're not a complex weapon system. They're a very rudimentary weapon system. In fact, one of the first modern types of firearms in that category. So aside from just safe weapons handling, they don't require any specificity in that.
Okay, sir. Now, I know that you testified earlier that you're a big proponent on training.
Very.
Sounds like, okay. Now, were you aware on this Rust set that production had a one-day training with all the actors in production?
Yes, I'd heard that.
Okay, sir. And to you, with your background experience, to you, would that have been advisable to have everybody trained in mass on that one day?
It would not have been advisable. It all depends also on the level of experience for each individual actor. Some may have more experience. You can vet them out pretty quickly by just speaking to them for a moment and see how they, what actionable words they give you back for your questions. Having said that, you make your decision on who needs more training or less training based off of that. But having a one-day mass training is not the best way of doing it.
Okay, sir. And with regard to the stuntmen, were you ever aware in your review of this case that they were not participants at that training?
I did not know if they were or not, no.
Okay. You talked about the steps an armor should take to prepare a particular scene. Now, one of them is, and can it vary by the complexity of the scene?
It would very much, well, the basic fundamental safety things
Yes.
of checking the firearm, doing an audit on the firearm weapons that you're going to use, the ammunition you're going to use, that remains a standard. Now, you're exactly right in the fact that if you're using a M249 or something that's a complex belt-fed weapon system, crew-served weapon system, then you would need to have more training, more time spent with it, and complex. In this particular case, we're dealing with more vintage, as you said, rudimentary weapon.
Yes,
so yes,
sir.
to answer your question directly, yes, the more complex, the more time needed.
Okay. And sir, did you know on the day, October 21st, that production was about 2 hours behind schedule that morning?
I was aware that they were behind. I didn't know exact time. Yeah.
Okay. And in a situation where, I know you said you need to slow down, but you knew they were probably in a rush situation that day, at least a little faster.
Correct.
Okay. Now, is it advisable in those instances to have a safety briefing before a scene with firearms every time?
Yes, each day you should have a safety briefing if firearms going to be used, and camera can rush all they want to, or props can rush all they want to, but those three areas of the set that are dangerous, they need to always take their time.
Okay. So, sir, I want to ask you if you would assume that for a moment that Baldwin is in the church, he's has the weapon, Miss Gutierrez Reed is outside, she's not aware that he's going to be using that weapon. At that point, he goes off script, calls an audible, and starts using it. Should someone in that church have gone and got Miss Gutierrez Reed and brought her in?
Yeah, if Ms. Gutierrez was not present in there with the live weapon, then someone should have looked up at the point and said, "Where is our armorer?" and called her in.
Okay. And that would have been important for her to come in and monitor that scene, do the safety briefing, those kind of things with Mr. Baldwin. Is that right, sir?
Safety briefing generally is conducted by the first assistant director, and then sometimes the armorer is allowed to speak if anything is needed to be done at that point in time. But yes, before that is used or any of that stuff is implemented into the day, and then those things should have been done.
Okay, sir. And as part of that, would you expect that they call her back in? She needs to take the weapon, do that safety check you talked about with Mr. Halls, the first assistant, and then once that's cleared, it goes back to Mr. Baldwin?
That's correct. Took the weapon, cleared it with at least her DP or her first assistant director, a two-part check, and then obviously the actor that's handling it and anyone else in the room.
Okay, sir.
That wanted to see it.
Yes.
Excuse me.
Okay. And were you aware whether Miss Gutierrez Reed was having to attend to prop duties on the moment of the 21st when Mr. Baldwin did do the rehearsal scene?
No, sir, I was not aware of what she was doing.
Okay. Some of those videos that we watched just now, did you notice that Mr. Baldwin was essentially ordering people around?
Yes.
And I think we saw one of them where he said something like, "Go, go, go, reload, reload," something like that?
Right.
Okay. I think you said that here we see Mr. Baldwin ordering not only the armorer, but looks like the camera crew.
Right.
Okay. Now, in that instance, when she's being ordered, I think you mentioned that you would step in and say, take him aside gently and say, we're going to have to slow down. This is a safety issue.
Right.
Okay. Now, with regard to an A-list actor like Mr. Baldwin, would you agree that it would be difficult for a young armorer trying to get in her second or third production? She's not had 100 productions. Would that be a difficult situation?
It would be a difficult situation.
Okay. And with that much speed and that much happening and being rushed, and it's Alec Baldwin, is that something that it didn't look like anybody was doing anything?
Right.
And including, I think we saw Mr. Halls in a few of those. It didn't look like he said anything either, did he?
It didn't appear to.
Okay. With regard to the props department, I forgot to ask you something. Miss Sarah Zachary was the props head. Were you aware of that?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and were you aware whether she was Miss Gutierrez Reed's boss as part of that department?
Yes, typically the prop master is the boss of the armor. Correct.
Were you aware whether Miss Zachary had training in the use of firearms from Seth Kenny?
No, I wasn't aware of that. The only knowledge I had of her was her statements that she was not proficient with firearms.
Okay. I think you mentioned in your direct testimony, if she was trained or proficient, then there's a certain instance where she can handle weapons as well.
Correct.
Okay. You talked a little bit about gun safes and properly maintaining weapons. Were you aware whether production provided Miss Gutierrez and Miss Zachary a prop cart?
I'm not aware of the prop cart.
Okay. Did you know the quality of the safe that was provided to them?
No, sir.
Okay. And do you know, I know you said you had a Pelican box, but do you know whether they provided Ms. Gutierrez Reed anything like that?
I do not.
Okay. Some of those scenes in the videos we saw, there's blank fire by Mr. Baldwin, and the cameras are right there. We just went through that. Did you see any of those plexiglass shields?
Well, flat on the front of it. I did not. I think maybe there was one on the front of ACAM but I'm not aware of it for 100%. But it may have been one on there. Thinking back now.
And can you tell the jury what those plexiglass shields are used for?
So the plexiglass shields are used to, you would hope that they were there to protect the operators, but they're really there to protect the cameras. So the cameras are very expensive, and they don't want them damaged in the middle of any kind of gunfire or anything of that nature. Generally small shields that go over the lens of the camera to avoid any kind of damage.
Okay, sir, and as part of that, would you agree that in Hollywood there's certain tricks they try to use to make sure, even though it looks like it's pointed at the camera, so it's actually pointed camera right or left?
That's correct.
Okay. And in some of those videos, is it fair to say that, in fact, one, I think you mentioned Ms. Gutierrez Reed was holding a shotgun with the muzzle pointed upward.
Right.
Is it fair to say it's difficult from that angle to determine whether it was pointed directly at her or a ways from her?
The angle of the firearm would be hard to determine, but the general handling would be pretty standard.
Yes, sir. You would say that it should have been pointed differently.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. A couple questions about the dummy rounds on set. I think you said you inspected them. Did you find a mixture of types of dummies?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And sir, you've done 100 films as an armorer. You've been around this business a long time. Was it your conclusion these were lower quality dummies, for lack of a better word?
That would be correct.
Okay. And some of them, is it true that some of them rattled, some of them did not?
As far as the rattling, I'm not sure if all of them rattled or did not. I know that some of them had holes drilled in the base of them. They were just a mixed assortment.
And sir, did you also know there was a round called a Denex round? Are you familiar with those?
I'm familiar with the company Denex. I believe it's a Spanish company. They make a lot of replicas and whatnot. They do make fake, I wouldn't call them a dummy, I would call them a fake bullet. They don't make them to industry standards. They make them to, let's say you had a display case in your office and you wanted it to look like an Old West gun from New Mexico. You'd have the weapon in there, which was a replica that looked very authentic, but it wasn't a live gun, and then you'd have some of those Denex rounds in there to look like you had the live rounds in there. They would be for display only.
For display only?
Yes, sir.
Now, would you think it, with a part-time armorer, various types of mixture of dummy rounds, including rounds that rattle and rounds that don't, is that a safe situation when somebody's trying to manage that?
No.
And are you aware that production was the one that sourced the ammunition?
No.
Purchased the ammunition.
I'm not aware of who actually purchased it, no.
Okay. In general, in your experience on movie sets, when ammunition needs to be purchased, is that through the props department, production, or who does that?
Generally, the props department via the armorer, and whoever the armorer is gives their recommendation of where they would like to get this from, and then they submit the invoice to production to be reimbursed. On a lower production, it would be fair to say that the production may pay directly to a source of the ammunition, but most importantly, it's through the chain of the armorer or the prop master if they're a certified person on the books of this, ATF books of this person, to receive it through that process.
Okay, sir. Now, these dummy rounds cost some money. They're not super expensive, but, there's various types, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. So you wouldn't typically just throw the dummy rounds away after a scene, would you?
No.
Okay. I think you mentioned that obviously live rounds never have a place on set.
Correct.
Okay. So as part of the safety bulletins, you mentioned Mr. Baldwin had a replica Denex 45 and also the real 45 Colt. Is that true?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Okay. Under the safety bulletins, isn't it advisable to use rubber weapons whenever possible?
Yes, absolutely.
So in the tragic situation when Mr. Baldwin was doing the blocking rehearsal, with your training experience and how long you've been in this, would it have been advisable never to use a real weapon in that scene?
Absolutely.
And in fact, under a blocking where you're not even filming, would you ever want to use a live weapon?
There's absolutely no need for it unless the actor specifically requested, in which case we fall back to the protocol. We talk about the armor being present, et cetera, et cetera. You can, in a blocking scene, literally props many times have Nerf guns or shoot your finger. I mean, it's just for drawing focus and trying to make sure that everything is in the right spot that it's supposed to be in.
Yes, sir. Okay. And so with regard to that, if Mr. Baldwin, I don't know if you're aware of this, if he always preferred the real weapons, is that something that would have been advisable?
It would have been a bit outside the norm. I have worked with some actors that from time to time wanted to use the real weapons. It just costs more time and effort on the armorer's part to be present each time you're doing a blocking scene with something that's not necessary.
Okay. Just a moment, sir. I'm just reviewing a few.
Sorry.
Okay, I want to move to the videos just that we watched. 149. Again, we're not certain if Miss Gutierrez-Reed was present or not in that particular video.
Is that the one where the camera panned 90 degrees, or was that just?
And I'm sorry, sir, that was the first one we watched. Where,
with the young actor came up close to camera.
Yes.
I can't see behind camera, so not sure who was there.
Okay. Now I know that you mentioned that with regard to the next video we played, that we know now that there were live rounds on set.
That's right.
So Mr. Baldwin need to treat the real weapon as if it was loaded.
That's correct.
Okay. Now in the review of this case, you're not certain when those live rounds appeared on set. What day, is that right?
No.
Okay. Or how they got on set?
No.
Okay. But in any event, Mr. Baldwin at that moment should have still treated that weapon as if it was loaded, going back to the other rules.
Correct.
Did you read the OSHA report in this case?
It's part of it, some of it.
Okay. And do you know that they found fault with production for several safety violations?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you know that those safety violations for that there was a financial penalty?
Correct.
Okay. On this particular budget, did you review any of the budgetary items for Rust?
Not many. Not
Okay.
many. No.
Did you look at whether there was money budgeted for the armor?
I did not.
Okay. And one more on video 158. I know that there were some assumptions made about various things, but is it fair to say Ms. Gutierrez-Reed may have instructed, if we can't see it on the video, she may have made those instructions?
Remind me which one 158 was, please, sir?
That one, sir, and I'm getting a little confused, but Baldwin's yelling, one more, here we go, come on.
Gotcha.
Okay. And on that one, we don't know exactly what Ms. Gutierrez-Reed may have done?
No.
Okay. On video 160, this is where Mr. Baldwin instructs the armor how to do her job, telling her to, you saw that video.
Right.
Did you know whether the rounds in her fanny pack, whether they were sequestered?
I did not.
Okay. Who, in terms of a blocking of a scene, directs that? Is that the director
The director generally blocks a scene along with the director of photography, the DP. They work together.
Last portion you talked about, you said that Baldwin went off script, and that was the video where they yelled cut, and then Mr. Baldwin cussed, and he fired, right? And again, would you agree that's a unsafe practice Mr. Baldwin is doing?
Sure, yes, absolutely.
And now that we know what happened, we now have seen another instance where he went off script, correct?
Correct.
Then I'm at just a moment. You don't have no further questions, sir.
All right, thank you. Redirect.
Mr. Carpenter, when you first started out as an armorer, would you have held a shotgun with the barrel pointing in the direction of your own head?
I would not.
And when you first started out as an armorer, would you have permitted a stuntman to hand a double-barrel shotgun to a child?
I would not.
So those aren't things that you learned over the years not to do, correct?
Correct.
Can everyone hear Mr. Carpenter? Okay.
Sorry, guys.
The dangerous handling of the shotgun in the videos by the stuntman, was it ongoing?
It was.
And did you ever see Ms. Gutierrez intervene?
Not in the videos that I've watched, no.
Did you ever hear her voice call out to the stuntman telling him not to do that?
I did not.
And during those videos that we saw with the stuntman and the gun, he was actually on numerous occasions pointing the gun at people, correct?
Correct.
And he was doing that when cameras were not rolling.
That is correct.
Is it the armorer's job to make that stop?
It is.
Regardless of whether this is their first movie or their 100th movie?
Correct. The safety protocols are in place to mitigate accidents, and they're there for a reason. That you have to follow the standard of safety, i.e. checking firearms, checking rounds, checking dummies, and maintaining, again, I know I've said this more than a few times, maintaining the 4 safety rules in their entirety.
And you indicated that a lot of the training that armorers receive is on-the-job training, right?
That's correct.
And in reviewing the discovery in this case, did you become aware of how Ms. Gutierrez received her training?
Somewhat. Understood that it was a little bit of tutelage from her father, from Thale Reed, and that is about all that I knew.
And let me stop you there. Are you aware of who he is?
I am.
And based on what you know of Mr. Reed, is he qualified?
He's a qualified armorer to work. He works in a specific genre of films more than anything, and he's been on a lot of major shows.
Does he have a reputation in the industry?
He does.
Oh, sure. Let me direct the question a little more. Does Mr. Reed have a reputation for being qualified?
Yes.
Based on everything that you know about this case, was it a low-quality dummy round that killed Ms. Hutchins?
No.
And whose responsibility is it to ferret out any possible live rounds on a movie set?
It's the armor's responsibility.
And sir, I want to ask you, have you ever worked on a movie set where you discovered live rounds?
I have.
And how did you discover them?
I came in initially as a day player, then left the show. Unfortunately, the prop master had a health issue. The show called me back in to do run of show for the rest of the show, so I'd been gone and did not know what they had, what the equipment was, et cetera, et cetera. So the first thing that you do is an audit of the entirety of their equipment. So I went to the safe, went through all of the safe, all the firearms, looked at everything, went through all of their dummy rounds that they had available, and I picked up, you've done this long enough, you can just pretty much know it by feel. I picked up a box of 12 gauge rounds that were used for set dressing, which is just decoration such as this handkerchief or that pair of glasses on a set in a scene where these bad guys were just loading their guns, getting ready to do something bad. And that had apparently been used in a scene prior to me being on the show. I picked up the box of shells and they were in a plastic container. I immediately felt the weight was wrong on them. And I took one out, looked at it, and it appeared to be live to me. I took it back to the workstation, dissected it, and it was a live round. At that point in time, regardless of the health issues that the prop master had, I immediately contacted him and said, what happened? And I said, we're shutting everything down. We're taking everything out of this truck, getting rid of everything on this set immediately. And he said, absolutely.
Okay.
And that's what we did.
So you actually just stopped production?
I stopped our part of it. Nobody was getting a firearm out on set, period.
Okay.
They can film the scene on the beach if they want to, but no one's getting a firearm at that point.
And you found the live ammunition by just doing your inventory, correct?
That is correct.
On a movie set, whose responsibility is it to maintain chain of custody of a gun?
It is the armor.
And whose responsibility is it to maintain chain of custody of ammunition?
The armor.
In your opinion, should Ms. Gutierrez have given the gun to Mr. Halls?
No.
Should Ms. Gutierrez have given the gun to Mr. Halls and then left the room?
No.
And let's say that she's got prop duties. Is that an excuse for an armorer to leave the room and leave a real gun out of her sight?
Unfortunately, no.
When you are an armorer on a movie set, and let's say you also have prop duties, how do you prioritize those things?
They generally, if it's a movie where they only have a few firearms, you can work props on the days that there's no firearms present, and armor on the days that weapons are present. But an intermingling, the two never shall meet. In other words, if there's firearms on set and you're doing prop duties, you're an armorer. You're not a props person because you cannot do both jobs adequately.
Okay. And are you aware that October 21st, 2021, she was actually, that was one of her armorer days?
I was not aware of that.
Based on your review of the documents in this case, who loaded the gun before it was handed to Mr. Halls?
Ms. Gutierrez.
And on a movie set, whose responsibility is it to ensure that anyone handling a gun on set has received proper training?
The armor.
Mr. Bowles asked you a question about whether or not it would be difficult for a young armorer just starting out to perhaps ruffle the feathers of, I think he referred to him as an A-list actor. And you indicated that that might be a difficult position. Is that right?
That is correct.
Is the armorer required to do it anyway?
If it becomes a safety issue, yes.
In your opinion on the set of Rust, was it a safety issue?
Yes, it was.
You were asked some questions about Ms. Zachary being Ms. Gutierrez's boss, and I want to ask you, in the film industry, can the prop master tell the armorer what to do with regard to firearms?
They can administratively tell them what to do with firearms, i.e., we're not going to use any today on scene for this reason, or maybe they choose to get the firearms from a different location that the armorer wants. But from a safety standpoint, the armorer is the final say.
Okay. And you were asked some questions about the safe that was used to hold the guns in this case. Were you aware that Ms. Gutierrez actually picked out the safe?
I was not. Excuse me.
And you were asked some questions about Mr. Baldwin demanding that he have his real gun during the blocking. Who permitted the real gun to be used during the blocking rehearsal by Mr. Baldwin?
Objection is speculation.
What are you going to say about approaching from now on? Come up on every objection.
Do you recall the question?
Could you repeat, please?
Who permitted the real gun to be used during the blocking rehearsal by Mr. Baldwin?
Ms. Gutierrez.
All right. I don't have anything else. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I ask a few more questions?
Do you have any objection to that?
As long as they remain within the scope of redirect, I do not have an objection.
Go ahead.
So a few more questions. On that last question, you're not certain whether, or do you know whether Mr. Halls handed Mr. Baldwin the weapon?
It's my understanding that he did hand the weapon off to Mr. Baldwin.
And is your understanding as well that Ms. Gutierrez Reed was not in the church at the time Mr. Halls handed him the weapon?
Also true, yes, sir.
Okay. And with regard to the prop duties that were discussed on redirect, were you aware whether production was directing Ms. Gutierrez Reed to focus more on props duties?
I was not.
Okay. Were you aware that on the day in question there were a number of props that needed to be present?
No.
Council approach. Thank you. Thank you, Honor. All right, council approach.
Face the judge, raise your right hand.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, have a seat, talk into the microphone.
Good morning.
Morning.
Would you please state your name for the record?
My name's Ryan Winterstern.
And would you spell your last name for us, please?
Winterstern.
Thank you. Mr. Winterstern, were you involved in the Rust movie?
Yes.
And what was your involvement?
I was one of the producers.
And as a producer of the movie, can you give the jury an idea of what your description, your job description was as a producer?
Me specifically, or the producers in general?
You specifically.
I was one of the producers who helped procure the financing for the film.
Okay. And were you on the set of the filming pretty regularly?
Yes.
Okay. Would you say that you were on the set every day?
Yes.
Okay. And what would you typically do while you were on set?
It just depended on the day. Sometimes I'd be a liaison to the actors.
Okay. The primary reason that we've asked you here today is because the defendant testified at an OSHA, or actually it was an Occupational Safety Board hearing. And during the hearing, she testified that she spoke to two producers, one named Ryan and one named Nathan. She wasn't clear about the last names, but she did identify the first name. She said that she had come to Ryan and Nathan and complained that she needed additional armor time to work, in particular with Mr. Alec Baldwin concerning his cross draw. Do you have any recollection of a conversation with the defendant about her needing additional armor time?
I don't recollect that conversation.
Okay. And do you believe that she had that conversation with you, that it would be something you would have remembered?
I believe so, that I would, if the conversation did happen.
Okay. Did you have many conversations with her?
I don't believe so.
Okay. So it's likely something you would have remembered, you say?
I assume so.
Okay. Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Cross-exam.
Good morning, Mr. Winterstern.
Good morning.
I believe you said that your involvement pertained to financing, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is the financing of a film gathering investors to contribute money for the funding of a film? Is that what you mean by that?
That could be part of it.
Okay. Now, can anyone just invest in a film, or do you have to be an accredited investor with a high net worth?
I believe anyone can invest in a film.
Okay. Is it true that a film that's made here in New Mexico can have it actually receive about 40% of its costs back as a transferable and sellable tax credit?
I don't know the exact. There is a tax credit though.
Okay, you don't know the specifics, but would you agree with me that there is a tax credit where you get costs back?
Yes.
And that tax credit is in fact transferable and saleable?
I don't know specifically. I know that at some point there is a credit that can be monetized.
Okay, and that credit that's monetized, that would be there regardless of whether the film even makes money at the box office, right?
I believe so.
So would you agree with me then that Rust was essentially a tax shelter?
I don't understand the question.
Okay, do you know what a tax shelter is?
I don't know the definition.
What is your I just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing here. So, do you know what a tax shelter is, basically?
Objection. Asked and answered.
What did I tell council? Because of the outburst yesterday, everything is approached. So come up.
Now, you're one of the producers on this film. In the beginning, were there 6 producers for the film, or was it 10?
There were, I believe there were 6 people listed as producers.
Okay, and who were all the producers of Rust?
So there was myself, Alec Baldwin, Ryan Smith, Angel Nigam, Matt Del Piano, and Nathan Klinger.
Okay. Now, to me, I'm not greatly familiar with film. That sounds a little top-heavy to me. Is that normal for a low-budget film to have so many producers?
I don't know specifically. I would say it could. Sometimes yes, sometimes no.
Okay. And part of the producer's job, you mentioned financing, but it also involves the budget for the film, right?
Well, I mean, in terms of what?
In terms of the budgeting for how funds are going to be allocated to make the film.
Oh, a budget is made, but that would be by the line producer.
So you're saying that just the line producer makes the budget? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, the line producer is the one who creates the budget.
Did you have any role in helping create the budget?
I received the budget. I saw the budget, so I was part of the process in terms of I was able to see the budget.
All right, and you then approved the budget also, right?
Objection.
Mr. Winterstern, were you involved in approving the budget in this case?
I would say that my role was to procure the financing to match the budget.
I see, okay. And you became involved in this film, it was several months prior to the actual filming, right?
Yes.
How many months was it?
I don't know for certain, but roughly I would say 3 to 6 months would be safe.
So for 3 to 6 months before starting to film, you collaborated with the other producers to plan this film, right?
Yes.
And you planned who to hire?
Can you be more specific?
Sure. Who to hire in terms of the hierarchy? For instance, Gabrielle Pickle.
Yes.
Okay. And who to hire in terms of who is going to assist with props, armors?
No, that would come more closer to production.
Okay. Well, you were a producer, right? Oh, but I guess the question is, did you have any involvement in the process of hiring the armors?
No, not that I can recall.
But your planning did involve what resources to allocate, right? To the various departments for the film?
No, not that I recall.
Okay. Are you aware of the original budget for this film? I think you did say you were involved in the financing and reviewed the budget. So were you aware The original budget for this film was $7,000 for the armor, $7,000 for an assistant armor, and also funding for a full-time prop master.
No, not that I recall.
Okay, are you saying that you don't recall what it is, or that that's not what you remember?
I think what I'm saying is that the line producer creates the budget, and it's predicated on union obligations, and so they would create that predicated on what that would be. I don't really get involved in what they call the below the line aspect of it.
Okay, so the below the line, you are above the line, right?
I believe a producer is part of the above the line.
And as a producer, you don't know what funds were set aside for the armor?
I did not know. Not that I recall.
Do you recall what day filming actually began?
Specifically?
Right.
I know it would have been in October of 2021. I don't know, I can't remember the exact date. I would assume it was early October or around October 10th.
Okay. And do you know how many total filming days were allotted for this film?
I believe it was, at the time, I believe it was 21.
Okay. And you said you didn't know, I believe, specifics on the budget breakdown for what was allotted for the armor, part-time or assistant armor, all of that. But were you aware that it finally came down to the set having just a part-time non-union armor with no assistant armor?
Like I said, I wasn't involved, so I don't recall specifically how those decisions were made.
Were you aware that Hannah Gutierrez was only working as an armor part-time? She was also working as props. Were you even aware of that?
Council approach.
Is there an objection, Your Honor?
Yes, he's good.
Are you aware of what was finally allocated in terms of the armor for arrest?
I don't recall.
Are you aware whether there were any other armors who were willing to take the terms and the pay that was being offered?
I don't know. I don't recall.
Right. I think you said on direct that you were on location. You were on location every day, right?
Yes.
And once filming began, you were actually present for some of the filming itself, right?
Yes.
Okay. Who was the actual signatory for the Rust Movie Productions, LLC?
My understanding is it to be Ryan Smith.
And he was also one of the producers, right?
Yes.
And he was on location during the filming as well, right?
Yes.
Okay. Was the owner of the Rust LLC ever at one time Alec Baldwin?
I'm sorry, can you ask the question again?
Yes. Was the owner of the LLC who owned the rights, let me rephrase that, to the movie ever Alec Baldwin or his company?
That was my understanding.
Okay. So I want to be clear. So if I understand what you just said correctly, Alec Baldwin was at one time the owner of the rights to Rust LLC?
Objection.
What can you
Just a minute, he objected.
I think I know it. So with respect to ownership of the movie rights, what was your understanding of Alec Baldwin's ownership?
That he had at some point commissioned a script or through his company, and that him or his company had controlled that script.
Okay, and you said had controlled that script. Did Alec Baldwin, to your knowledge, ever sell the rights back to Rust?
Yes, that in order for the film to get made, the rights were transferred to Rust Movie Productions LLC, from my understanding.
Okay. And was any part of your job as the producer to give direction to the stills photographer?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Were you were also there on location when the shooting occurred, right?
I was at base camp.
Right, and base camp is on location, right?
Yes, I assume so then, yes.
Well, I want to make sure you said previously, I believe, that you were on location every day, right?
Yes.
So you recall being there on location the day of the shooting?
Yes.
What did you do? I guess, how did you become aware of the shooting?
I heard it on a walkie-talkie.
Okay. And once you heard that, what did you do?
I headed towards set.
Okay. And when you got to set, is it true that Ryan Smith was already there on location?
Yes, from what I remember.
And there was actually an attorney representing the production company there on set too, right?
That I do not know.
Okay. You don't remember talking to an attorney on the day of the shooting?
I do remember there was someone, but I don't know what their role was specifically.
Okay. So sitting here today, are you saying you don't remember if there was an attorney on set the day of the shooting?
No, like I said, there was an attorney.
Okay.
But I don't know specifically what they were doing there.
Okay. Did you know that attorney, whether or not that attorney represented the production company?
I did not know at the time, no.
Do you know that now?
No, actually, I don't know.
Okay. And after the shooting, did you see Alec Baldwin at any point?
Yes.
Right after the shooting, when you ran up there?
I don't recall exactly when I saw him specifically, but I do remember seeing him at some point after the shooting.
Do you ever remember seeing Alec Baldwin outside the church making phone calls after the shooting?
Yes.
And was Mr. Baldwin also there with his assistant Jonah at the time?
Yes.
And this is after the shooting?
Yes.
And did you talk to Mr. Baldwin in that moment?
I'm sorry, which moment?
The moment after the shooting, when you're there and you see him on the phone?
I did speak to him at certain points, I believe. Yeah, I remember speaking with him.
Okay. And have you communicated with Mr. Baldwin since the shooting?
Yes.
In fact, is it true that you did stay on the production after the shooting and finish the film, right?
Yes, that's correct.
I'm going to switch gears a little bit. Do you remember the morning of when the camera crew quit?
I'm sorry.
Do you ever remember the camera crew in this production of Rust quitting?
Yes.
Were you aware of any of the without telling us right now, were you aware of any of the grievances that the camera crew had about, were you aware of any of the grievances that they had had throughout this production?
Yes.
Were you aware whether any of those grievances had to do with not being properly paid?
Not that I can recollect.
Were you aware if any of the grievances about regarding the camera crew quitting were about production ignoring requests about safety meetings?
Not that I can
No?
recollect.
Well, were you ever made aware of emails sent to emails sent by the camera crew stating reasons why they quit?
Well, there's only, I can only recall one email.
So you were aware of an email that camera crew sent stating reasons why they quit? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't take any steps to try to remedy the situation with the camera crew?
My understanding that the people who were in charge were handling. So I just assumed that the people who needed to take care of however that needed to be handled were doing that job.
Okay, and so you assumed that people were in charge were handling it. Who would that be? Gabrielle Pickle?
Yeah, she'd be one of the people, yes.
Would that be Dave Hall?
To a certain extent, sure, yes.
Okay. It wouldn't be Hannah Gutierrez, right? She wasn't in charge, was she?
I think the context of that question matters.
Okay. Let's talk about, were you ever made aware of accidental discharges when making this movie?
I was aware of one.
Okay.
That I can remember.
Did you, in fact, you said you were made aware of it. You actually heard it go off, didn't you?
That's how I was aware. I was aware because I heard it.
Okay. And as a result of that accidental discharge on set that you actually heard, did you direct any safety meetings about that?
No.
Okay. Do you believe that's not your responsibility to direct safety meetings? Or to tell your people that you need to do safety meetings? I heard this accidental discharge.
My understanding is that the AD department is the safety officers.
Okay, AD. Is that David Halls also?
Dave Halls would be the AD, yes.
Okay, but AD worked for production, right?
Yes.
And you're a producer, right?
Yes.
And Alec Baldwin was a producer, right?
Yes.
In fact, Alec Baldwin was not only the producer, he was also the star of the film, wasn't he?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that he would have significant influence over things that happened on that film?
I would say as an actor, yes.
And as a producer, right?
But like I say, it depends on the context.
Okay, and as an investor that benefits from those tax shelters?
I'm confused. I'm confused by that question.
Okay, I'll withdraw the question. Just a minute, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Mr. Winston, do you recall the defense counsel just asking you about whether one of the complaints from the camera crew was accidental discharges on the set?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. Do you recall the defense counsel who was just standing up here asking you questions about whether one of the camera crew's complaints was regarding accidental discharges on set?
Your Honor, make your approach.
Yes, come on up.
You were aware of at least one accidental discharge on set, correct?
Yes.
And who would you expect to be in charge, the person responsible for ensuring that there are no accidental discharges on set?
My assumption would be that it would be
Overruled.
I would say it would be both the AD department overseeing safety, and also it'd be, I would assume, the role of the armorer.
Okay, thank you.
All right,
Nothing
you're excused. Thank you. All right, we're going to take our lunch break. Please be back downstairs at 1 o'clock. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. Thank you.
All rise.